Hello, my fellow wastelanders and survivors, and welcome to the wastelands, where everyone's a little mad, and the price of truth is simply your sanity. Welcome back as we jump right back into Control, and let me just say, we are now starting to dive into the deep end of what could be considered crazy. While there is still a lot coming up that is going to defy many forms of logic, we are starting to get to the fun parts of the game where everything that we perceive as real falls through the cracks and we can just see how crazy the world really is. We are going to the Panopticon. I could go back. I could, do this. I could explore some more. But I want to wait a little while longer before I start exploring. Because there are still a couple of places I need to visit. And
We've located numerous safe rooms with survivors inside. We're waiting on HRAs before we open them. Once we can safely bring them out, the survivors will be escorted here straight away.
Wonderful. Keep me updated.
And because I'm hoping that by the time I get the level 6 keycard where I'm going, I also get the ability that I will see once I open that location. I don't know if it's there or not,
Followed you in, right?
but we will see. Anyway, I am supposed to either go to the Panopticon or go to, Central Research. I need to kill without dying. I am gonna start by going to the Panopticon. I also have a clearance for keycard, which means that I can open this door here. Clearance 5, so I am going to open that one door.
I can't believe these suits lasted as long as they have.
He's off. We're all in this together.
I didn't see them fight.
There it is. That must be horrible to clean up, though. Sticky note complaint. To whom it may concern, in case you're not aware, something caused the sticky note in my office to duplicate. My office is unusable now. I will be working from home until this is resolved. You can reach me on my cell or home phone. Sincerely, Jay Bozer, Vice Chief of Staff. Hi, Shady. Also, look at this mess. I mean, it would be okay if, you're the one doing this, because, you're doing it for a reason and there is order to the chaos. However, this is not done by a person. This is apparently one anomalous sticky note that keeps duplicating. And it ends up like this. Anyway, I need to head to the Panopticon.
Right? She's the new director.
That's where they keep the really crazy stuff. Choose 2 service weapon forms from the loadout menu to take into the field. The second weapon slot unlocks after spending enough ability points. which I already have. So, one mission I can't do because I want to wait until I get a specific ability. One mission I'm doing now, which is progressing the main story a little. And one mission is killing Hiss without dying, which proves to be a little trickier than I thought it would be.
Containment sector. The containment sector, the Panopticon, is home to the altered items we find and contain. It is a maximum security prison. It's a vault for the most valuable treasures on Earth. It's a powder keg big enough to blow this world to dust. A temple, a place of worship filled with idols of angry gods. It's all of these, and none of them. It's something more profound, unbelievable, unknowable. Something worse. Altered items. We've found many. They appear mundane, but nothing could be further from the truth. They're all powerful, dangerous. They press heavy on our minds because that's their nature. They've been altered because we can't stop thinking about them. We put them on altars because they're used to being worshipped. This keeps them calm. We contain them, but they don't want to be controlled. We study them to discover what makes them tick. If this place were ever reached, it would be chaos of biblical proportions.
That doesn't sound good. Anyway, one moment.
Panopticon. Altered items. Maximum security prison. Dangerous.
So, here's a fun thing about this game. You notice how this looks like a broken wall? Excuse me. Anyway, as I was saying, look how this looks like a broken wall. That's because there's something behind it. There's a couple of paintings like this strewn throughout the oldest house. It's a matter of finding them. I'm probably gonna have to fight here. Yeah, I do. Okay, get healing, get healing. Okay, good. Whew, almost died. But I made it. I found that funny. I'll check out his offices in a minute. I assume that's the way forward, so let me just look around. Shield efficiency. Time to check out the offices. Oh. Objects of power and altered items distinctions. Summary. While altered items and objects of power may seem similar at first, it's important to note some very key distinctions. Firstly, objects of power grant para-utilitarians abilities. See file PUT-812 for an introduction to the subject. Secondly, objects of power translocate anyone who makes physical contact to the astral plane. This is widely believed to be due to the redacted's affiliation with objects of power. Not every individual is allowed in the astral plane, which indicates the redacted evaluates who can or cannot enter. Thirdly, and this is not always the case, objects of power are much more naturally redacted than altered items. Looking at the specific criteria that defines an object of power, it is no wonder they are notably rarer than altered items. In fact, we have redacted altered items for every object of power contained within the Bureau. Refer to file 5-29-9485 for the full report. Also, I do have some bad news for Teets, in case he's listening. In case he isn't, I hope Shady can relay the message. Vic won't be joining the stream because he needs to go to bed early. Which means he will not be able to use End Stream today. Too bad. I think I still have clearance 5, right? Not clearance 6? Yeah. Okay, what is this?
Reminder. This week, any documents that suddenly appear pink, light red, or any shade in between must be incinerated immediately. Failure to do so will result in termination and possible bodily harm. Thank you for your attention.
I wonder if there's any pink files, red to pink, that I've noticed. I don't really have a teleport point here, and I kinda don't want to return yet. So, let's move forward a little and hope I find a control point. Oh boy. Well, I got my wish. Right back at you. Whew. Yes, wow. Teets, you literally just missed my announcement. I'm happy you can't end my stream, but Vic won't be here today. He had to go to bed early. Or he has to go to bed early, as he's still playing Pokemon MMO. Yep, I'm afraid so, buddy. Upgrades. Oh. Ooh, charge. I might save up for charge. Cause that is gonna be fun. Anyway. I technically know how to get charge. Okay, let me first check. I need... Where do I need to go? I've got a... Because I've got a mission? NCS power plant. Okay. NSC power plant. I wonder if that's here. Because I didn't have that before. So that might explain why. I might do a quick detour. Because I would love, if I'm going to start exploring a little in the near future, I would love to have that mold immunity, plus the specific sample that I need to create charge is limited to mold activity. So that means that I need to... Okay, time to destroy those nodes. Alright, just keep moving, keep looking for nodes. Okay, that is the end, so how do I go even lower? Okay. Now let me go to Central Research. Because I want to fight some of the mold enemies. So I can get the requirements to get Teeds' favorite gun. Or, to be more accurate, Teeds' favorite model of this gun. Yes, the stick of boom. Why is it like I'm still fighting? What am I missing? Oh. Cool guys, don't look at explosions. Am I still missing an enemy? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Ow. No, no. When I was at 40... I really hate those healing enemies. Because it requires me to put all my focus on them, and then the ones that are actually dangerous can sneak up on me. Anyway. Let's try again. I know I can do it, it's just annoying. Because every time I get so close, I run into a very difficult situation and I end up dying. Anyway. Let's go see if I can get my own boomstick. Ow. Not the resource I'm looking for. But it's also not... I think that specific resource I only get from mold enemies. So... there is that, and I haven't found a mold enemy yet. Let me guess. In order to get back up, I need this put in there. Now I can actually use the elevator. Okay. But first...
Careful in there, man. Area's under quarantine.
I wouldn't go in there without talking to Underhill first.
Even if you have, I still wouldn't go in.
Excuse me? Are you lost? Do you normally barge into people's private workspaces?
She clearly doesn't know who she's talking to.
Shouldn't you be in a safe room? Why? Because of those hiss things the Rangers keep going on about. Haven't you people sorted that out yet? The situation down here could spell doom for the Bureau.
You mean this mold?
Correct. Perhaps you could help me. I require samples of various mold strains, and the mold has made the environment far too dangerous for me to fetch them myself.
Really? Mold samples? I thought this could spell doom.
It could, and it will, whoever you are. The mold is spreading. We need to find the source before it spreads too far.
And these samples will do that?
No. Samples of 5 unique strains, when blended properly, will allow you to travel deeper into the pit, where I've pinpointed the approximate location of the source of the mold.
Okay. So what do these samples look like?
Similar to the one on my table there. I've made a list of the samples I need. Here. You'll find them throughout the threshold.
I'll take a look. My name's Jessie, by the way.
I'm sure it is.
Well, isn't she Whoa. Well, isn't she special?
Have you worked at the FBC very long?
Not long enough to understand their inane methodology. They want me to solve the mold, but how is one to solve anything when the basic molecular structure of this fungus is an utter enigma?
Oh, sorry, are you asking me?
It's rhetorical. The Bureau wants to control, not comprehend. But to answer your question, I'm a seasoned threshold researcher that's been brought in on a provisional basis to resolve this matter.
That's all you had to say.
Yeah, she's quite full of herself.
What have you learned about the mold?
Firstly, the term mold is a gross oversimplification used only to ease communication. That said, the mold itself appears to be the product of complex microorganisms. They spin the mold, building structures like minuscule cities, swiftly colonizing our dimension, and the speed of these tiny engineers relative to their size, simply staggering.
So it grows fast.
If you're not going to listen, then why did you ask?
So the mold is coming in from where?
We don't have a name for the threshold dimension. The origin point has been identified, but the density of the fungus makes it impossible to enter. Even if we could, I speculate that we would only find a reality entirely subsumed by the fungus. Total decomposition.
It's weird how excited she is, right?
Hiss.
What do you know about the hiss?
How could I know anything about an entity I've only just learned of? This is exactly the Bureau's problem. My work is always interrupted by these superfluous matters.
Calm down. Just keep your HRA on and I'm sure you'll be fine.
This crude thing. I thought it was Darling's idea of a practical joke.
Not quite. Just keep your head down while I handle the hiss.
Well, isn't she full of
I need
herself?
to go.
Try not to transport any spores outside the infected areas.
Grows near fresh corpses, grows near toilets, near television, staircase, near the pit. Okay. Dr. Darling's recently penned essay titled Redacted contains some glaring omissions that I feel I must shine a light on. Firstly, the entire premise of the essay is that the quarry threshold is beneficial to the Bureau while the mold is actively hostile, to use his words. We cannot determine the worth of these dimensions and their life forms using bureaucratic definitions. Secondly, the mold is much more beneficial than some rock. If the redacted creating the mold were reconfigured in their purpose, the structures they could build would rival the greatest skyscrapers. The mold's resistance to various strains of disease we've attempted to introduce could be derived into redacted. Yes, admittedly this application is more difficult than picking up a rock and gluing it to a wall, but I pause to wonder when the Bureau lost its eagerness for a challenge. Refer to file 2-35-1863 for the full report. Hello, Rhea. How's it going down there? Enjoying the mold so far? Setting back into life at the old FBC? I also wanted to ask how your coffee with Emily went. She's a star on the rise, incredibly bright, extremely intuitive. But I want to hear what you thought of her. I think you two could be very good on a project together. Could learn a lot from each other. Let's get together and chat about it soon. Anyway, sorry for the interruption. I'm sure you can't think of anything besides the mold right now. You always were a woman of focus. I always admired that about you. Talk soon. Casper. Which is Dr. Darling. So you want to know how my mold research is getting on, Casper? Here it is. Microscopic organisms, similar in appearance to redacted, construct the architecture of the mold. I do not understand if these redacted are the original disseminators of the mold or are bitten by some fungal infection. The mold is the most prolific and durable organism I have ever seen. I theorize there is a mold source location somewhere on our side of the threshold, rooted here to accelerate growth in our dimension. I refer to this yet unknown source as Mold 1. The mold produces an enticing aroma to encourage human consumption of itself. It propagates in the chest cavity and quickly subsumes the entire body, seizing control of motor functions. This behavior was not observed when I first arrived, which means the mold has adapted to our presence, targeting our biological imperatives as a way to spread. It is truly ingenious little thing. A full report will be ready soon. Keep your slacks on. That is a dangerous mold.
Don't mind me.
I hate guard duty down here. This place is fucking weird.
This is nothing. Clocks? No, that's weird. What's weird about a bunch of clocks? Shut up.
I have to look for where these molds are coming from. Where these special molds are. They should be around here. That doesn't look pleasant. So I guess it's not here? Huh. Some of these places are really dark to see.
My family had black mold once. Bleach did the trick. Has Underhill tried bleach?
Me.
Smells so sweet down here. Suddenly I'm really hungry. I wonder how this mold tastes.
Don't die, don't die. Okay, I got a corrupt sample. Now...
Found one.
I need more remote thoughts.
This must be one of the samples.
That's the one near the fresh body. I can't actually reach up there yet. Also the wrong one. Can't actually jump that high yet. Now there should be one near the pit. Oh. Great. Can I heal up by standing in here? Yes, I can. Okay, good. Astral blip, astral blip, astral blip. Let's go do that mission. Maybe I can get the remote thought that I'm missing. Ooh, another corrupted sample. So, where do I need to go? Communication department, his notes. Okay. Communication department. There we go. You know, I can't believe that I've already been at it for an hour. This game is absorbing me so much, I always lose track of time. Okay, let's stay calm and see if we can finish this. Undefined reading. Don't think that's the one I need, but I'll check. Oh. There's always one or two of these guys showing up. Anyway. Chain reaction. Okay, let's quickly go in here, see if there's a fight going on. No fight. Then let me head back. Well, technically I've got enough mold. I think I've got enough corrupted samples. So much so that I can even upgrade spin and pierce, but I'm not really interested in that. Because what I'm interested in is charge, and I need to get remote thoughts. And the question is, how far up the list is remote thoughts? How hard is that to get? I can do this, but I can do that later. Oh, that explains it. So I need to find 5 more by going to the next sector. So for that I do need to be on the Panopticon. So let me go there real quick again and see if I can find enemies. So I need 5 more of those to get the next gun. And once I get the next clearance, once I get clearance 6, I will probably try and solve the mold issue. But there's something that I want to get first, because again, I'm not really a fan of this gaudy suit. So I do want to try and get level 6 clearance so I can get another suit and maybe ability, but I don't know if that is necessarily linked together. Where do I need to go? Both sides are grayed out, so I'm gonna assume for now those are dead ends. Yes, because this just leads back here and up. So before I go up, I'm gonna check the ground floor. Not immediately seeing anything worthwhile, reading-wise. Okay, 13 more. Health boost, remote thought. That's a good one. Well, that was a close fight. And I'm gonna just chill a bit, talk with you all. But I'm about 3 enemies away from completing that objective. So I wouldn't be surprised if they now throw another bullshit scenario at me. Regardless, I'm gonna try and make it. And I'm gonna try and finish that gun. Because that gun is really good. Once that gun's finished, I can focus on upgrading the other guns. I can get more missions. And then when I get clearance 6, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna do that special because I hoped... Because I might be wrong, but if I remember correctly, that area comes with an ability and a suit. If I remember correctly. And that ability and that suit will help me explore, so I am going to need that. But let's see if we can actually make it, because I got a couple more of those. No, I need 4 more remote thoughts. So I need to fight a couple more enemies. Nothing in here. Just making sure that I haven't forgotten anything. Got an upgrade for my weapon. So there is that. A better mod, I'll put it like that. Waste mannequin. Alternate item 7-KE. Background. The item was last owned by Madame Redacted, an operatic performer from Berlin. After her career ended in a public scandal, she relocated to Redacted, Maine for reasons unknown. With her came the trappings of her old life, including this item. Locals report that she rarely left her home in the short years she spent in Redacted. After her death, caused by Redacted, the state held a public auction of her belongings, seeing as she had no known relatives. Various conflicting first-hand reports exist, but testimonies provided by witnesses of the event do contain some common elements. Most every witness saw numerous mannequins break through the house window, tumbling outside. Some witnesses report bright lights, some report high-pitched singing. These are unverified. Numerous civilians inside the house at the time of the incident were hospitalized for various injuries. 2 were crushed to death. Agents were dispatched upon seeing an article regarding these events during the Bureau's daily scans of national periodicals. The item was quickly identified and brought to the Bureau. Dodge efficiency. Let's check the other side. One moment. Uno momento. Oh, okay. That's the way that's going up. I'll check those ups later. Let me first look around here. Well, I know where to go to if I want to learn American geography.
Someone needs help over there. I'm here. What happened to you?
I got in a little scrap. Name's Horowitz.
Is he gonna be okay?
Don't look at me like that. I'm fine. But Wells is still in there. You gotta get him out.
Who's Wells?
My squad mate. We were hunting a runaway altered item. We followed it down into the clocks.
The clocks.
A threshold. The Bureau sealed it up years back because of all the clocks. We followed the altered item inside, but the way it was acting, we weren't ready. Me and Wells were the only ones to make it to the motel court. He was right behind me, but he never showed up on this side.
I'll go find him. But first, you need to get to a medic.
Wells is the medic. Please, you gotta get him out of there. I'll be fine, really. Roop can patch me up later.
Fine. But I'll be back for you.
I damn well hope so. Just use the motel cord there. It should get you into the clocks. Sorry, the threshold.
Looks like there was a fight in here. I'm gonna do that later, because I first want to look around. Why is that sealed? What's behind? Alternate world events frequency. For some time now, there has been a steady increase in annual numbers of alternate world events that the Bureau responds to. Between 2010 and 2015, we responded to redacted alternate world events. For comparison, note that we only responded to redacted between 1995 and 2005. Is this rise a result of redacted, improvements in our detection procedures, or perhaps simply coincidence? We cannot say for sure, which is why this proposal for an alternate world event task force to be created within the hierarchy of the investigation sector has been compiled. We need to spend more time examining what causes alternate world events rather than just containing them. Refer to file 5-95-1737 for the full report. Gonna do that one first. Entropic echo, not what I need. Although I won't complain. Now let me take a look upstairs. Smoking pram, alternate item 13-KE. Containment cell must be properly ventilated. Inhalation of the item smoke causes redacted. Item is a baby carriage with a black shade and a steel wire wheels. Left front wheel is slightly bent, causing a distinct wobble when pushed. Item produced smoke incessantly. Smoke density varies. Smoke is generated without apparent fire or ignition source. An accident in Paris in 1979 brought the pram to the attention of the Bureau. Smoke filled an antique store where the pram was being sold, killing the shop owner. Detailed records of the event leading to the item's discovery were destroyed in an incident in the Panopticon. Interviews with living witnesses were reperformed at the order of the Archives and Records Chief. Anyway, let's clock out. Twenty after 4. What is that laughing? I have a crazy laugh, but that seems a little crazier than my laugh. Quarter to 9. Janitor. Why do I get a feeling that that's where Ati lives?
This Wells guy can't be far.
I'm excited. I forgot which item it is, so I'm excited to see where this is gonna lead. Maybe this is the one that leads to my ability.
Those must be the clocks he was talking about.
Wells, your friend asked me to come looking for you.
That must be Horowitz. Glad he got out. I stayed back to help the others. Did a shit job of it, clearly.
You tried. That's enough. Horowitz needs your help now. How do we get out of here?
We should head back through the threshold. We can look for other survivors as we go.
We better hurry. Which way?
Just follow the blood. Let's go.
Let me look around first. Oh, I actually did get that, so... Wow, that was so not worth it. Let me see if I can get charged, because if I can get charged, which I can't, so I need another mission for now. I don't have search either. That's in research and that's in containment. I am technically in containment. Using shatter. So that means that I need a different... Also, I think starting from the Panopticon, it's basically the moment where the game actually pushes for more open exploration, where you actually start discovering things. Not saying that everything before was a tutorial, but this is where the crazy stuff is gonna start going down, as you can probably see. Okay, so I've looked into everything here. Clearance level 9. Hey, can you give me your keycard?
What's with the clocks?
Threshold effect. This used to be a regular office wing before the threshold manifested. The forces at play in there got a hold of someone's old clock and started duplicating it. Now the office is abandoned and its clock's all the way down.
These guys are so awkward. They definitely didn't want to be on camera. Wow, Teets. Wow. Dr. Darling also is amused with the smallest things, apparently. Well, that was going better than expected. And Kato appears to be having issues with his stream again.
Let me see.
Poor Kato. I just hope this doesn't end up resetting my streak this time. Because I got such a good watch streak going. You know, normally I'd agree with you, but I actually feel bad because he's been having that same issue for 3 days straight. And according to what he said, and he found out, it is actually not a game thing, it's a Twitch thing. Because apparently a lot of streamers are having issues streaming games. You know, I'm kinda lucky I don't have it, and you know what, I'm gonna say that's thanks to you, Teets. Even if that's not true, even if you had nothing to do with it, it's thanks to you.
So, you came down here for an altered item?
The anchor. Yeah. Langston said it'd be a simple item retrieval. But the power of that thing had. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, you're not taking credit. I am giving you credit, even if it's not true. You deserve it, Teets. If anyone does, you deserve it. And Shady deserves it. Jasper Postbox, alternate item 31-PE. Agents arrived in the town of Jasper's Crossing, Arizona, after the communications department intercepted multiple phone calls to local authorities regarding frozen people in the streets. 4 of the 5 dispatched agents became paralyzed upon arriving at the scene. Additional assessment teams were dispatched. Variations of identification formulas were tried with ineffectual results. Agents resorted to using aerial photography to study the positioning of the paralyzed individuals. Soon after, agents discovered the event's epicenter to be the local post office. Unaffected agents cleared the area of all paralyzed civilians, animals, and bureau personnel before beginning to study the items. Agents deemed susceptible to the items were tasked with interviewing and reinforming the public away from the site. The item was soon placed on a transport vehicle manned by unaffected agents. Air travel had been deemed too dangerous given the item's effect. Numerous reports of temporary paralysis were reported by civilians along the truck's route from Arizona to New York City.
That's O'Neill. Shit. Nothing else got out.
Oh. So there's a radio there that I can't reach. Whew. I mean, it is a fairly... it is a fairly recent addition, so it's getting used to.
We sealed the door on the way out. We couldn't let it get out into the bureau.
I'll need to come deal with that altered item later. If I open the safe room now, Wells could get hurt.
I'm getting closer to getting that gun, Teets. Okay, so that's where I came from. That's where I started fighting.
We locked it tight. Come on, we need to get back to Harlan's.
Supplementary Arctic Queen alternate item alternate item 10-KE interview redacted interview 11/20/1974. Can you tell us why you left your building that day? I was running out to get eggs. There was that corner store on 30th. That's why I left Michael there on his own. Knew I wouldn't be gone long. He was drawing at the table when I left. Had his crayons out. Happy. The building came down when I was a block away. I ran back, started digging. City workers found my key later, besides the fridge. The drawings hadn't come off. Tons of bricks fell on it, and those drawings are still there. How does it happen? You kept the refrigerator after the accident? Why? It still had his drawings. God must have kept him safe for a reason, right? I'd get home from work and stare at them all night. I was in a bad way back then. Why did you sell the fridge with your son's drawing still on it? They'd gotten stuck to it, or something. I thought about cutting them off, those magnets, but maybe it was better I didn't. Hold on to them, you know? Gotta move on. Everyone says. What's my fridge got to do with the building collapse anyhow? End of relevant portion. Yikes. I think that's the way forward, so let's check what's over there. Okay, that's good.
When it was clear we couldn't contain the altered item, Horowitz ordered a retreat. We got out, but Hiss were waiting for us. I took Horowitz to the motel court and went back for the others.
That was brave of you.
I'm the medic. It's my job.
Yeah, even if it's your job, there are some who wouldn't do it then. You did good. Okay, Mr. Dead Dog, what do you think of this? You know that airplane we brought in? Like the actual proper airplane? Guess who they made catalog every individual piece of that plane to be examined for suspected altered status. I had to count every bolt, nut, and piece of non-connected metal, and that's just on the exterior of the damn thing. Do you know how many pieces of hardware it takes to make an airplane? I do. I do. Ooh. Anyway. Also, someone's playing Helldivers. Okay, so I might be able to upgrade it. Let's see. First of all, let me get charge. So I've got your gun, Teets. This is gonna get me killed. Let me get that anyway. Okay. Let's see if I can get enough to actually get another upgrade going. Maybe? Yes, I might have enough to get another upgrade. Nice. So, Astral Construct. Upgrade Charge again. Oh no, upgrade Charge. Because I've only upgraded Pierce. Okay. And so that means, well, I can't really equip it, but there is your explosion. I'm gonna need to be careful with that, with this gun. This is gonna get me killed.
Let's keep going straight.
Instead of Pierce, let me get Grip. Because I need a gun that shoots a little faster than... Well, that doesn't exactly look good. Yeah, please blow away from us. Ow. Ooh. That is good for shatter. Nice. Oh, I don't have any board missions. I forgot to accept them. Let me run back real quick. So I do have charge now. Kill enemies in the executive. Kill enemies with the service weapon in charge mode. So I'll start with that.
Come on. The motel court is on the other side of logistics. Horowitz should still be there.
Well, if I'm on my way back.
Let's go.
Why am I... By the way, can I just point out the irony? Why am I the one doing the escort mission when I am the director? I really am
Hold
the
on.
janitor.
Something's wrong with him.
Shit.
Horowitz. Oh, God, no.
Phew.
I should talk to Wells. Make sure he's okay.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Thanks. And thanks for coming to get me. Horowitz's HRA must have been damaged in the threshold. Guy never put himself first. At least the anchor altered item is still locked away down in the clocks. I hope it rots down there.
That altered item needs to be dealt with before it hurts anyone else. I should go back down and contain it.
Head to the executive sector, Wells. They could use a medic.
Thank you, Director. I'll go see what good I can do there.
Well, time to go. Let's go deal with that item first. Because it gives me good abilities. And then I stop it from hurting others. Let me go check something. Okay, I guess.
This is the safe room Will showed me. The one with the altered item inside.
Not gonna let it escape. Threshold with effect redacted manifested in the containment sector in the middle of the redacted department. Simultaneously, numerous redacted appeared in the area, injuring and killing many redacted. After rescuing operations were completed and redacted, rangers were sent in to discover the threshold's epicenter. The sheer amount of redacted made the expedition impossible. The area was sealed off after removing the clocks proved an impossible task. The department was relocated and the area abandoned. Researchers theorized the threshold introduced unstable matter to our dimension, which adopted the form of the redacted, as redacted when introduced to more stable redacted. Refer to file 9-51-3981 for the full report.
Great. More clocks. How am I supposed to get across that?
Not yet is the answer, but there is a checkpoint I can get here, so this item was not the one I thought it was. Still, look at that though. So I still need to find a level 6 keycard. There's also a chest there, but executive, research, search, executive. Things I don't really need to be at any of these, because I need to go to containment. I'll need to wait, because I don't think I have search. No, I don't have search. So I can't really complete any of these missions, so I need to go to containment and I'll need to wait for until I get a mission in one of the others. I don't know if I knew about this one. Anyway, I need to go to the second floor. Okay. Now stop spawning. Whew. Hello, and welcome. So without further ado, let's continue. Also, I have no temporary mission. Or board mission, whatever. So, that's interesting. Right. Anyway, since that's kind of done, and there's nothing else to do here yet, time to move forward. Something there, but I can't reach it from here, so I'm gonna have to reach it from the other side. Well, time to head to the medical wing, because I can't do much else right now. Don't have keycard clearance 6, otherwise I would start exploring a little more. Remote thought. But I think I'm getting close to getting that keycard level 6. And the ability I want. Logistics. More resources to use for crafting. Don't have level 6 yet. Am I about to get it? Because they're giving me a lot of those level 6 gates. Can I just say, I really love this gun. It is a good gun. So, what is this? Mold autopsy. The deceased was a redacted year-old, redacted with no significant past medical history. The subject was brought in after being discovered in the active threshold in an early state of decay that is characteristically fungal-based in its appearance. During autopsy, the cadaver's pleural cavities were revealed to be entirely filled by the fungus known as the mold, to an extent that medical staff were forced to put on decontamination suits. The procedure was also hindered by anomalies such as the deceased's high body temperature and undulating torso muscles, presumably, but not provably, caused by trapped gases. Routine samples as well as tissue samples requested by Dr. Underhill were successfully extracted. However, their rapid retrogression outside of the host's body needs to be noted. Cause of death, mold ingestion. Refer to file 5-94-2716 for the full report. Oof. What killed me? Okay. That's a long way to go back. Well, not that long, I guess. Okay, I think I've picked up everything around here. I'll probably have to do with those mold again, but hey, extra resources, right? Can't enter that. That's done. Weird. I hear enemies. I just don't see them. Ooh. For the moment, I need to track this. Guess there's nothing else here. Is that just the mold making that sound? Could be. This seems like a trap. So let me look around first. There's another Ocean View hotel scene. Okay. Let's check the other side. That's a level 6. Wolf Globe. Alternate item 72-PE. No unique procedures required. However, contact should be limited as some report feeling disoriented after touching it. Item is handmade, set in a dark wood. The item itself is lacquered, hand-painted, spins freely on all axes. While the contents and oceans are recognizably those of Earth, careful examination has revealed numerous redacted and other geographic additions that do not exist on our planet. One of these islands has a city marked on it named Tanrelio. There are no signatures left by its maker. Physical contact rendered subjects dizzy and disoriented, with some reporting a feeling of unfamiliarity with their surroundings. This effect seems to grow worse with prolonged contact, culminating in a sense of listlessness and depression. Suicide has been observed in redacted handlers. Getting a good amount of resources. Curious if there's anything up higher, but I will need a different ability for that. That seems to be a dead end. Okay.
August 4th, 1964. We discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected altered world event case in the New York City subway tunnels. The agents found their way up into the building. Once we became aware of it, it was there. For the rest of the population, it was hiding in plain sight. A slippery blind spot, seemingly discouraging observation. It's a place of power, an ongoing AWE of its own, seemingly adhering to its physical outer constraints and yet constantly breaking the known boundaries of reality. It's unstable, shifting. Note, for more details on control points and the researching process to stabilize and secure the core sectors, refer to a separate presentation. After extensive research and investigation, the Bureau made the building its headquarters on November 13th, 1968. The Federal Bureau of Control was never out in the open. This was always an obfuscated, classified top-secret operation. So imagine our surprise when the building's observation-resistant aspects began in some unquantifiable way to affect the Bureau as a whole.
Man, all of them are pretty awkward on camera.
We discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected altered world event case in the New York City subway tunnels. The agents found their way up into the building. Once we became aware of it was there. For the rest of the population, it was hiding in plain sight. A slippery blind observation.
Well, time to spring the trap. Okay, let's check in here. I'm starting to get the good stuff now. The good upgrades, the strong ones.
P6 is what the Bureau calls Dylan. His cell's been breached. Has the Hiss found him? Are you there with him? Can you protect him?
Time to see where this leads. Why do I feel smaller this time? That doesn't sound good. Oh. I guess that was the solution? Huh. Interesting. To be fair, if this is how Ati decides to live, my compliments to the man.
It's been a long time since Dylan and I knew each other. I've wondered about him. What kind of man he'd grow up to be. Were things as hard for him as they were for me? Maybe in here, they were even harder.
Oh, hello. Is there something I can help you with?
I'm Jessie.
The new director. I need to get inside.
New director? Right. Well, okay. Hello, I'm Frederick Langston, the Panopticon supervisor. It's not the best time for a tour. We have hiss everywhere, numerous cell breaches, and system failures across the board, but you're the director, so here we go. Founded by Zachariah Trench, the Panopticon is our state-of-the-art repository for all altered items.
I don't have time for
objects
this.
of Power and
I was told Dylan Faden was kept here. Can you help me find him?
Faden. Sure. Darling wanted him somewhere secure and isolated away from people. He's in the maximum security cells, upper level. But there's currently a pressing matter, ma'am. We've got an object of power loose in there. It's wrecking the place. The Benikoff TV, it's a real doozy. Salvador took a team in to handle it, but no one's heard from them for hours. This is a Category 5 OOP we're talking about, and if we don't contain it soon, it will tear the Panopticon apart. And we don't want all those altered items getting loose, ma'am. No, trust me.
Dylan's in there. Open the door, Langston. I'll handle it.
If you say so. I usually tell first-timers not to touch anything, so, just do that. Here, I'll get the door for you. And please, ma'am, call me Fred.
Thanks, Langston.
Thanks to this. Containment failure, Panopticon cell 69.
Oh my god.
69.
I do not see what is humorous about an escaped paranatural entity originating from cell 69, sir.
But you just said it. Come on, you guys. It's funny.
Is the TV back? No rush, it's just...
Do you like working at the FBC?
Sure. I mean, yeah, the drama's a bit much, but I get better benefits here than I would over at the Postal Service. I checked. Better healthcare. That's not to say I don't like my job, ma'am. Been here over 15 years. No one knows the Panopticon collection better than me. I'm, close to them, in a way.
I can't tell if that's creepy or normal.
No, in his case, it's definitely creepy. I do not like this guy.
How do you keep the altered items under control?
It depends on the item. Each one has different needs. Ritualistic touches go a long way. Singing to them.
Did he say
Flipping the
singing?
lights 3 times, that sort of thing. It's not superstition if it works.
Objective powers versus altered items.
What's the difference between objects of power and altered items?
Think of them like storms. Objects of power are like tropical cyclones or hurricanes for the uneducated. They're big, rare, and scary. Of course, directors can just bind the OOP and become the eye of the storm. Altered items are more like weird thunderstorms. Some may rain frogs, some may rain corn, but they all rain something.
And how does the hiss factor into all that?
It's changing them, making them aggressive. Now they're all raining, I don't know, knives. Knife rain.
Nice metaphor.
Trench.
Did you work closely with Trench?
Oh, he spent most of his time with Darling and all them. The inner circle. Not that I care.
Trench certainly had his favorites.
He did stop in occasionally to scowl and smoke. Did you know the Bureau has a no smoking policy? It does. Just not for Trench. Still, he is the one who put aside funding for the Panopticon. The man did have vision.
What's your background?
How did you get this job?
Started as a junior agent because my uncle knew a guy. From there I got put on a desk until an accident left the containment sector severely understaffed. At which point I got bumped up to management. Put in a steady 8 hours a day for another 10 years and voila, supervisor.
I just picked up a gun. The gun picked me.
Anyway, let's go deal with that
I'll
television.
see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
Panopticon. Dylan's close. But that object of power might wreck this place before I find him.
I don't have enough time for this now. I have completely forgotten. Excuse me. I assume I still don't have... Nope. Still don't have clearance 6. How is that for gunplay? Excuse me a moment. Picnic basket. This is where they keep... This is where they keep all the weird shit. Sledgehammer. That is the elevator up. So I first want to check out something else before I move forward. You sometimes have to pay a lot of attention to the little nuances, because there might be secret paths or hidden hallways around the place. If I remember correctly from my previous experiences, there's a lot of paths here you can't reach yet until you get a specific ability. It's the ability I've been hoping to get, but it's probably going to take a while before I can get it. Well, I say that, but I might be able to get it as soon as I reach clearance 6. Just not entirely sure about it, is the issue. Anyway. Let's deal with the television.
Something went wrong with the Bureau's plan to make Dylan the next director. Marshall made it sound like it was all Dylan's fault, but how much of it was what the Bureau did to him? I don't think
We'll see once we get there. Hello. No items, so that might mean it's another one on the loose.
Hello? Is anyone there?
What are you doing in there?
Oh, thank God! Look, someone has to watch this object at all times, or it deviates. My ship replacement never showed up. Can you help me?
Damn. I can't, I'm sorry. There's an emergency. I'll come back, I promise.
Okay, just don't forget. I can't stare at this thing much longer.
After Dylan has been found. Okay. And that's another control point. No abilities. No, well, I can probably get the upgrade. That's a spin. Where's the spin? Better. Let's get more upgrades. I guess I can go one more upgrade, probably. Now I gotta try and go deal with that television. Okay. Just looking around for resources, because I can always use more of those. I somehow managed to save all of them, which I'm more surprised about, especially considering I'm running high demolition charge. Well, time to go deal with the television.
That's the object of power. I need to cleanse it.
Nothing is gonna be easy, Jesse. Ain't nothing gonna be easy. I do wish in certain sections that I could have a flashlight. I think that would be helpful in this game. I could turn up the gamma, but... maybe I should, because it is pretty dark. Let me see... let's try 75. That looks weird. Gonna turn it back down. Not a fan of it. 50. Ow. It's gonna be a tough fight because there's not a lot of chance for healing because there's limited enemies. Also, ads are about to run, so it's going to be a moment for a short break. Just as I say it, of course. So take a moment to grab a snack, grab a drink, and we'll be back after the ads. God, it's also a long run. And we are back, so let's jump right into it and... well, restart all of it. Well, not all of it, but that last part. And now I have to fight alone. I need to be a little more dedicated to my aim. What is hurting me? I don't get it. Because this time there was like, yeah, I was low because shit blew up next to me because of the gun I was using. But something tapped me and I don't know what it was. So let's try this again. Did he really just disappear? Today's not my day when it comes to shooters. I'm not gonna restart the entire fight. Let me just deal with that TV first. That was an annoying fight, but I got through it.
Thing was Salvador, the head of security. His team didn't stand a chance against the Hiss. No one here does. Okay, the TV. Another object of power about.
Anchor supplement. The crew of the White Ocelot first encountered a strange spherical phenomenon while fishing in the Redacted. Witnesses described it as a black sphere with faint light behind it. It hovered just above the ship. The crew redacted by throwing a tin bucket which disappeared into the sphere. Soon after, the vessel lost structural integrity. The ship's metal rusted and fell apart within minutes. As the ship sank, the sphere lowered into the water. A passing fishing vessel called the Redacted rescued the 4 surviving crew. Agents were dispatched to the White Ocelot's last known coordinates, Redacted, and began diving operations. On the ocean floor, the agents found the sphere. The ship was entirely destroyed except for its anchor. As agents lifted the anchor off the ocean floor, they noticed the sphere behaved in conjunction with the anchor, moving and stopping as one. Contact with the sphere was avoided, but handling the anchor proved harmless. The item was transported by the Redacted to the U.S. port of Redacted. Upon arriving in New York, it was brought into the Bureau via redacted.
Nuts. Here we go again.
Let me just have a look around, seeing if there's no extra items around. Nope. So let's focus on the television. One moment. Use the TV, babysitter. Levitate, superhero over the obstacles. And now is where the fun begins.
Okay, dealt with the TV. Now I can find Dylan.
So... what was I gonna say? Oh, right. Man, do I have something to show Voices next time he comes on. I still don't have... With this ability, I'll have a lot of exploring to do. Now I just need to wait for keycard 6 and I'm gonna do a initial sweep of everything I passed by already. And I'm not even halfway through the game yet. That's how much there is to do in here. Let me check what's on the other side first before I do anything. So I am on floor 5, I just need to reach Dylan's cell, wherever that is. Like I said, there's probably a lot more exploring I can do here, but I'm not going to do that right now. I just want to get to clearance level 6, and then I have a lot of ground to cover. It's a balloon. Swan boat. I've read about some of these. The water cooler. Crowbar.
So close.
Hello? Can you hear me? Jesse.
Where is that coming from? Dylan Faden's observations. 9:30 a.m. Breakfast is brought. 11:54 a.m. Gets out of bed, uses toilet, returns to bed. 11:57 a.m. Asks for television to be turned on. Staff do so. 12 p.m. Lunch is brought. Breakfast is removed. 12:02 p.m. Eats lunch. 2:38 p.m. Uses toilet. 4:03 p.m. Begins talking to self. Recorded speech is not possible due to noise from television. 4:07 p.m. Becomes upset. Throws lunch tray at glass. 4:09 p.m. Sedated. Crew cleans cell. Television is turned off. 6:12 p.m. Comes to. Ask for television to be turned on. Staff refuse. Okay. 6:16 p.m. Sleep? Question mark. Ugh, that is rough. The Benikoff TV. No unique containment procedures required while bound. A CRT television built by the Benikoff and Sons Electrics. The screen is still functional. The object can levitate itself off the ground to a maximum observed altitude of redacted. When bound, the object allows para-utilitarians to harness this effect for their own use. See report redacted for the results tested with prime candidate redacted. The object is currently bound by redacted. The object was first discovered in a local news story from redacted Kansas. A figure had been seen redacted over the buildings. The Bureau dispatched agents to the town who discovered that a man named Redacted had bound himself to the object. Mr. Redacted was detained. See case study 39-HQ-656, and the object was brought to the Bureau for study.
Are you there, Jesse?
Emily? He's gone. Dylan isn't here. He might be nearby. Or maybe the hiss got to him. I don't know.
Jesse, listen. Dylan's here. With us. He just walked in. He says he is giving himself up. He's been affected by the hiss, but he is different than the others. We must isolate him.
I'm on my way. We need to get back. I have to see my brother.
We reach Tether through control points into the Bureau house. Nexus threshold area codes allows for access. You can translocate, fast travel, construct through the control points. Still don't have a level 6 keycard.
Alright, I won't take up too much of your time today, Dylan. Like I said, I want to talk about Jessie, your sister.
What about her?
I just want to get your perspective. What do you think of her? What kind of person is she? That sort of thing.
I adored my sister. When I was little, I mean, back in Ordinary.
And you don't anymore?
When I first got here, sure. I'd always hoped she'd come too. Find me, to take me home. We went everywhere together. Why should this be any different? Casper said she could come too, to the Bureau, if she wanted to. But she never did.
Why do you think that is?
Because she didn't care about me. She always wanted to be out on her own, seeing the world. She always said so. I guess she got what she wanted.
Great. So, she wanted to see the world. Did she ever mention any place in particular?
Why?
We like to ask questions around here, you know that. Any particular cities, towns, landmarks, anything like that?
I don't remember.
What about family and friends? Were you close with anyone living outside of Ordinary?
I'm done with this. Tell Casper I want pizza for lunch today.
Dylan, wait. We're not... End of session.
Poor Dylan. This isn't an easy life to live. At some point I will probably return here in case I forget or haven't looked around a lot. I've got so much to do. Okay. Let's hope I can get that level 6 control card soon. Ooh, more abilities. I want to max that out because that gives me enough exploration possibilities. Oh, right, fast travel. Central Executive. I love that subtle, it's not the only danger in the house. In the oldest house. The thing is, the fungus, the mold, as it's called, is also not the only danger. There's a couple of objects. Actually, thinking about it, thinking of everything, there's a lot of enemies in this. A lot of variety of enemies in this game.
Oh my god, did she have to write everything in her made-up gibberish code? Fucking Marshall, CIA spy shit, god.
I found this token. Any idea what it does?
Ah, that is a jukebox token. Little bastards turn up in the weirdest places. Like bad pennies. The Rangers use them to activate an old object of power.
A jukebox, I assume. Does it have any good songs?
Nope, just the one record. Hey, be careful turning it on, though. When it's playing, you get a free trip to the formation.
The formation? That sounds ominous. Why does it send you there?
The Bureau has been wondering that for years. I mean, it's just a pile of rocks built by God knows who, but... Well, researchers have confirmed it's in the same threshold as the quarry. No one's ever been able to map a physical route to the formation for maintenance.
So it's in the quarry. You just don't know where.
Pretty much. We only send in annual expeditions to the formation now. Checkups, Salvador calls them. This year's team went in the day the hiss arrived. Come to think of it, the song should have gone back hours ago.
I can go in and take a look.
I'd appreciate that. The jukebox is kept just past the security booth over there. Just put in the token and enjoy the ride.
Black Rock.
Oh, fuck. Don't get me started on Black Rock. You know, ever since research found out that it blocks paranatural stuff, they have just been parading dangerous materials in and out of the fucking quarry. Fucking lab coats, man. Would make my job harder.
Sounds like there's some tension between departments.
Still, at least the quarry's got a good view of the night sky. You know, me and Salvador used to have after-work beers down there.
Darling?
What do you know about Dr. Darling?
About as much as anybody, I guess. Head of research, loves to hear himself talk. All of those science types absolutely do. He's been acting a little bit psycho recently. Although HR told me not to use that word, so...
Everyone thinks finding Darling will lead us to the answers. But if he's completely lost it, then what help could he be?
You'd be surprised, but you'll find that out later.
You're security, right? Do you work with Rangers?
Not often. Rangers are specially trained in threshold reconnaissance and ground zero AWE response. Security is more interested in the dangers inside the bureau.
They must see some weird stuff out there.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, every week they are tackling things that were previously unknown to the human experience. Most Rangers, they retire due to cognitive collapse. I looked up the medical definition. Not fun.
Thresholds?
How does the Bureau handle thresholds?
Handle might be a bit of an optimistic way to put it. Marshall sends her Rangers in to map them, check growth rates, locate epicenters, take samples, measure stuff, basically.
Sounds like he's done his homework.
Now, down in maintenance, thresholds are used just like any other tool. The lab coats mine black rock from one, maintenance siphons water from another. We use it for pretty much everything, except drinking.
Why don't you drink it? Do I even want to know?
Yeah, a lot of time we find these little chunks in it. It's pretty gross.
I didn't want to know.
Where's Marshall?
What do you think of Marshall?
Marshall? Marshall's a fucking badass. Rangers could not ask for a better leader. She's a little, intense, but given the stuff she's seen, I'm not surprised. She does have a bad habit of disappearing.
Where does she go?
Last time she vanished, I did some digging into the security logs. I found camera footage of her entering the quarry. She was down there alone for days. Now, typically that's not allowed, but Marshall is kind of above the rules.
I wonder what she finds so interesting in the quarry. I have to go.
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know. Remember, we've got this.
Lots of errors on this form.
Good luck out there.
Don't think I have any new outfits. But I'll check. Oh, so I can always craft them when I need them. Okay. Nope. Nope. No. Nope.
Resonance emitted from the HRAs is purely antithetical to every variant of the His signal it can arrange. But how did Darling create it?
Timeline of events. To examine the invasion's timeline of events for possible patterns in his behavior. Establishing a timeline is difficult at present because of lack of reliable communications between Bureau sectors and staff. Preliminary models indicate ground zero of the invasion is located within the executive sector. Once it becomes possible to interview surviving personnel, pinpointing the exact location should be feasible. Other outstanding questions that a timeline may help answer. How did the His get past the internal lockdown? How does his resonance advance through space, deliberately or uniformly? What is their ultimate goal? The outside world? A cross-dimensional destination? Refer to Redacted for full report. If we understand the His to be a force based on vibrations and resonance, then perhaps their incantation, which is now the agreed upon term for their vocalizations, is an effort to express that resonance using human vocal cords and speech. Would there be difference if the incantations were recited in a different language? The most common word used is want. Interestingly, every usage of the word is attributed to a you. You want to listen. You want this to be true. You must want these waves to drag you away. Are we the you the Hiss are referring to? Does the Hiss believe humanity, possibly all non-Hiss life, wants to join it, to be consumed by it? Is that its goal? The second most used words are true and time. Is this possibly the Hiss stating how they arrived, or an indication of its age? There's a clear intention in the words. Dismissing the incantation as nonsense, as some of my colleagues recommend, is beyond idiotic. Refer to redacted for full report. She's making good progress. She's doing a lot of research.
It's happening. After all these years, Dylan is here. But am I too late?
How is he? I need to know. He's clearly been affected by the Hiss, but it's different than any other manifestation we've recorded. Maybe what makes you so special is genetic. He was a prime candidate. Or maybe it's Polaris protecting him, something else affecting the situation. I need to run tests. He seems more in control, more present.
I want to see him. My brother. Or is he?
Of course. Now, Marshall set up an HRA-warded cage to contain him. It's on the upper floor, up the stairs.
Okay, I need to go.
Jesse, be careful.
Let me go talk with Dylan.
They're endangering us by bringing a Hiss. Church is still around.
You are a worm through time. The thunder's hum distorts you. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror inverted is made right. Leave your insides by the door. Push the fingers through the surface into the way. You've always been in your youth. You want us to control. We stand around you while you dream. You can almost hear our words, but you forget. Through time, the thunder's hum distorts you. Happiness comes. You are a worm through time.
Shit.
The thunder's hum distorts you.
That's Dylan.
White pearls,
Can
but
you
yellow
hear
and
me?
red in the eye. Through
Oh,
a
come
mirror
on, Dylan. I'm here. I found you.
into the way. You've always been in your youth. You want us to control.
Do you know who I am? Oh, you know me. Say it.
You are Dylan Faden's sister.
He's talking in the third person. Always a good sign. Do you know who you are?
Not Dylan. Trench and Darling made sure of that. I'm P6. P6. But I'm better now. The Hiss made me better. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been the new you. You want this
Can
to
you
be
stop
true.
that? Please? Not exactly the reunion I'd hoped for.
It feels good to say those words. I want to say them. They sound good. They make me feel good. Don't you want to say them too?
No. Fuck off, no. You need to help me get this thing out of his head. If he is still in there, if there is anything left, you have to help me.
You! You came in through the hole in you! We let you in, you've always been here! The only true! A copy of a copy of a copy of a copy!
Stop it!
Orange peel!
Shit! Shit! He can see you. This is not safe.
We found Polaris together with my sister when we were very small. In Ordinary. In the desert. Through the door opened up by the slide projector. But she didn't help when Trench took me away. She didn't give me any powers. All the powers are my own powers. She didn't help when they locked me up for years. After the song time for applause, we build you till nothing remains. The egg cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home. The Bureau brought the slide projector back here with me.
And the Bureau did what the Bureau does. They used it. And they found... They opened the door up to the hiss. That's the only thing I can thank them for.
There. There it is. We stopped the Altered World event in Ordinary when we shut down the slide projector. And now the projector's here.
An earworm is a tune you can't stop humming in a dream. Baby, 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 yeah. Just plastic. So safe. Nothing to worry about. Funny.
I welcomed the hiss. I let it in. To get rid of her. The hiss set me free. Polaris is using you. The Bureau is using you. You are a puppet.
You can almost hear our words, but you forget.
If we shut off the slide projector, maybe that will stop the hiss. Maybe it's not too late for my brother.
You must see the truth for yourself, Jesse. Sister. The horrible truth about the Bureau. The hiss is the better option. Go to the Prime Candidate program in the containment sector. I have the keycard to get you there. Salvador wanted me to have it.
Wanted? Bullshit. I saw what the hiss did to Salvador. What it turned him into.
Okay, Dylan. I'll go. I want to see the truth for myself.
I'll go. But only to look for the slide projector. You can help me. We can end this.
You are a worm through time. You are a worm through time. The thunderstorm distorts you.
I finally got clearance 6.
I don't know what else.
Dylan. Can we talk?
I'd like to tell you about a dream I had last night.
Off to a good start.
Okay. I'm listening.
I was back in Ordinary, before all of this happened. But in the dream, I was alone. It was just me. I was the only child. A girl. My name was Jesse Dylan Faden. But then the Bureau came and caught me, brought me back here, locked me up. Have you ever noticed that our names, Jesse, Dylan, they could be girls' names, boys' names, could be anything. Don't you find that weird? I find that weird.
Sure. What the hell was that? Is he trying to mess with me?
You are a worm through time. The thunderstorm distorts you.
Maybe there's a...
I'd like to... Dylan?
Dylan would like to tell you about a dream he had just now.
This again?
I was going to be the new director of this place. I helped you get a job here, so that we could be together. You were an office assistant. You'd make coffee and deliver the mail. And there was always plenty of work to do, and it stayed that way. It was nice, really nice.
That's debatable.
But here's the strange thing. The dream shifted, and none of it was real anymore. It was a game. We were in a game, and it was a fucking boring game. But you couldn't stop playing.
Fourth wall break?
It shifted again. Or maybe it was another dream already. Or maybe I'm just confusing. But in this other dream, it was more like a musical. This is an ordinary song about an ordinary. It's the ordinary. She worked an ordinary. And that's all I can remember.
Maybe that's for the best.
Through time.
That's fascinating, but
This dream was a...
That's what I'm gonna get.
In my dream, the hiss had broken free of this prison, this house. I'd set it free. And the president himself was there to welcome us. He was the first one to take the hiss in. Spread the word. At first, many people thought it was horrifying. That he was horrifying. But also, many people who heard his words wanted to welcome the hiss in. And slowly, more and more of them came around until the whole world was brought together by the hiss. It was wonderful.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that.
For the record, that will never happen. Not as long as I'm alive.
The thunderstorm distorts you. Happy.
Any new dreams?
This dream, like reality, maybe it's
dream where my...
I was in a dark... His name was Mr. Door. And he told me, in one world, there was a writer who wrote a story about a cop.
Alan Wake.
In another world, the cop was real. Door said he
Max
himself
Payne.
was in all of them at the same time, endlessly shifting between them. I asked him how I could reach these worlds.
Because Max Payne is also made by the people of this studio.
But he didn't want it. He didn't. What did he?
Not wild.
Through time.
Once more.
What? You want to tell?
Yes. In fact,
Oh.
In this dream, I'm standing in the corner watching Jesse and Dylan talk about this very dream, and repeated it again. I'm standing there and it's as if I'm... And that's all I have to...
Okay, that's good.
Or is this the hiss playing?
The thunderstorm distorts you. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror, the inverted is made right. If you're inside, push
Let me go talk with...
It can't be easy seeing Dylan like this.
I'm fine. What can you tell me? Is he still... human?
Or is he his?
I've taken numerous tissue samples and have tests running as we speak, but from the initial data, he looks healthy. I only see corruption in a superficial way.
What does that mean?
I don't know. This is all new. But if he's like you, maybe Polaris is preventing total hiss takeover. Or maybe this is just a new form of hiss. We've already seen how it affects people in different ways.
Dylan told me he let the hiss in. Does that change anything?
Voluntary conversion. I mean, hypothetically, that could affect the mental state post-corruption, as well as the extent of biological alteration. But again, this is new territory for me. I'll need time.
You won't have it. I'm gonna shut down this light projector. That's how the hiss are getting in. Once I close it, this should all be over.
Jesse, we don't know how this works. If you sever their connection to the source, it could cause a terminal chain reaction. Every hiss-corrupted individual dead.
Better that than what Dylan is now.
I'm shutting it down. This has to end. Whatever happens, happens.
Okay, just let me know how I can help.
Thank you, Emily.
Emily's good. I like Emily. She's a good character.
Hi, Jesse.
I've been seeing these Darling presentations all over. Seems like he enjoys the limelight.
So you noticed, huh? When he recruited me out of college, he actually came to visit. He interrupted my physics course by shouting, "Not quite, Professor," and then marching down to the front of the class where he proceeded to berate the very idea of laws of thermodynamics. He's been a showboat all his life.
Darling visited you in college?
Yeah, he read a paper I'd published, came to recruit me for the Bureau. I accepted and then spent years waiting for access to the confidential research that Darling promised me. Whenever I ask about my access level, he just mumbles that it's temporarily postponed and then changes the subject to the effect of entropy on luck.
I wonder who else Darling hid his work from. Marshall? Trench?
Probably.
Have you learned anything about Dylan's condition?
Only that he's definitely hiss, but I guess his chanting made that pretty obvious. You know, interestingly, the words of the hiss incantation have an average length of 4 letters. The most common word used 7 times is want. The next most common are through and time. It's very interesting, don't you think?
I don't care about the words. What about my brother?
Right. Sorry, I got a little off track. Well, strangely, his tissue samples all look healthy, unlike the other hiss I've tested.
That's good news. Right?
Jesse.
I wanted to talk to you about the crazy things I can do. My abilities. I get the sense that they're not very usual around here.
Well, usual and unusual aren't really benchmarks at the Bureau, but for some perspective, Director Northmore once used the floppy disk to send a bowling ball 6 yards through the air, and that was considered a huge deal. So compared to that, you are most certainly an outlier.
An outlier. I like the sound of that.
To be fair, I do too. But this is probably the point where I am going to call it up. Mostly because I have the level 6 access card. There's a lot I can do. I want to get something specific, but that's also going to take time. So I think for now, this is probably a good point to temporarily call it up. It is saved, and to raid. But I will probably be back Wednesday for more control, and I will then start doing more large-scale exploration now that I have most of the abilities that I need for that. So that is going to be a lot of fun. Anyway, let me first see if there's any additional content. A bit of a quiet stream, but nothing wrong with that occasionally. Nope, no additional content. So then it's probably a good point to set up a raid. So let's see. I have a good idea of who we are going to raid. Let's see if he actually shows up in my list. Huh. Let's go to voices. He's been a good source of, you know, positive back and forth, so why not? With that, I wish you all a pleasant evening. Stay safe out there, Wastelanders. It's a dangerous world out there.